Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Miss Minnie, you can close your camera. We can all see you.
Honorable members, good morning. I'm also doing this as a sound check, so if you can say something, then I know that we can hear each other.
Good morning, Chair. I can hear you very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also, let me say good morning to Miss Minnie, our witness today. And welcome to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Could you just switch on your camera so that we may see you?
Morning, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome. And thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. So I understand that there is somebody with you who's going to assist you with documents if you need to get a document because they are annexures to your submission.
That's right, yes.
Okay, so that you don't need to go off camera to go fetch them. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And then I just want to say that to the honorable members, we normally have Ms. Fatima Ibrahim from the Parliament legal team to explain the rules of Parliament to the witnesses. Today we will have Ms. Arnold. She's also part of the legal team in Parliament to do the same so that we can get started. So, Ms. Minnie, what will happen is that you will be sworn in, you will be under oath, and what the member of the Parliament legal team will do is to explain the rules of Parliament and as they relate to this sitting and the obligations you have as well as the protections that you have in terms of the relevant legislation. So can I please hand over to you, Ms. Arnold, so that you can do that.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. Good morning, Ms. Minnie, and to all colleagues on the platform. Ms. Minnie, my name is Adla Arnold, and I'll be taking you through your oath or affirmation. Ms. Minnie, National Assembly Rule 168 does afford certain privileges to witnesses. You have been invited subject to the provisions of Section 16 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004. Read together with National Assembly Rule 168 to appear before the Standing Committee on Public Accounts as a witness in respect of its oversight inquiry into the Road Accident Fund. Ms. Minnie, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware further that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offence and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Ms. Minnie, you may choose to take the oath or the affirmation.
I choose the oath.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give.
I swear that the evidence I shall give
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Ms. Minnie. You are now duly sworn in for the remainder of the proceedings.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Arnold. So, Ms. Minnie, I'll just explain what we are going to do in the next 20 minutes or so. So the members have all the documents that you've submitted, and they received them several days ago. They have read your statement in full, and so they're quite aware of what is in it. However, because these are proceedings of Parliament and the public is watching via live stream, it's important that we orientate the public in terms of what is in the affidavit without reading it, at least to get what you are here to tell us in sum, so that when the members ask questions, people can also follow. I am sure that there are other stakeholders who are watching. They also want to know what is going on in the meeting. So I will do that with you in the first 15 or 20 minutes, as I said. I will do that based on your affidavit. I would encourage you to do the following. The first is just give straightforward answers. Relax. These are formal proceedings, but it usually helps if somebody speaks in normal language rather than, especially professional language where there might be terminology people do not understand. So there might be instances where I stop you because you've used an acronym and I ask you, what does that mean? What is it used for? That is so that all of us can understand what you mean, so that when questions come, you also get questions based on the same understanding, right? And then the last thing I want to say is that we encourage all our witnesses to stick to what they know, their first-hand knowledge of. You may be asked to give an opinion by a member. You must just please make sure that you make clear that this is now my opinion based on the following. What we discourage in these kind of conversations is hearsay. In other words, I spoke to a friend of mine who was at the RAF the week before, and this is what they were told by someone whose name I don't know. That's not very useful to the committee. So we want things that we can follow up.
Yeah.
And the last thing is that we are here to develop an understanding of the issues at the Road Accident Fund, especially those that have an impact on the Road Accident Fund's finances, so that we can have a report at the end that is based on a proper understanding of the issues and makes recommendations that are implementable and are going to help claimants in particular. They're also going to help the Road Accident Fund and help all of its stakeholders, including service providers, so that in future we have a Road Accident Fund that is professional, it's efficient, and the whole process, which usually comes out of the trauma of an accident, is as hassle-free as possible, and everybody overall gets a good experience. That's what this committee is concerned with. We're not trying to find anyone guilty. This is not a prosecution, but we need to make factual findings on some of the issues that we're dealing with, and you are here to assist us in that process. So I want to thank you once again. So, Ms. Minnie, I am just going to ask you to explain to the committee what it is that you do.
Chair, I deal with medical expert accounts. It's quite complicated at times. It's enormous amounts of paperwork that must be accompanied with an account. The accounts must be submitted to the different regions of the Road Accident Fund. It's a lengthy process. It's inconsistent. It changes a lot. Documents required changes quite often at the last minute. I administer the accounts. I make sure that every service that was provided, an account is generated for it. We have the correct documentation for that service that was provided, and then submitted to the Road Accident Fund for payment. that is in a nutshell what I do.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So what kind of experts, at which stage of the process at the Road Accident Fund? Because, as you will know, there are experts who make assessments of accident victims so that can assist in the process of assessing a claim. But there are also medical service providers and experts who continue to treat the patient. I would imagine that claimants might have their own medical experts. So which side of the claim do you fall in? Is it before? Is it after? One. Secondly, do you work for attorneys that are hired by the claimants, or do you work, your clients submit their reports to the Road Accident Fund? Can you just help us with those?
Yes, my clients work on behalf of the Road Accident Fund. So the claimant, their attorneys would instruct a set, if I can call a set of panels, a set of experts. Sorry. Let's say, for example, they will instruct an orthopedic surgeon, an occupational therapist, and an industrial psychologist to provide them with a medico-legal report that gives an opinion on what the injuries are that the claimant sustained. And then the same set of experts is then instructed on behalf of the Road Accident Fund. Majority of my accounts that I deal with, the experts were instructed by the former panel, which no longer exist from the 1st of June 2020. So majority of our accounts were generated from instructions received from the RAF's attorneys, the defendant attorneys, and this is for trial purposes. So it's part of the litigation process, if that makes sense to you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. That's very helpful. So it means that the reports would then assist the Road Accident Fund in placing its version before the court, either that, or if the matter doesn't go to court and it's settled, it informs the rest of the process within the Road Accident Fund so that they may quantify how much should be paid for which part of the claim. Would that be true?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions then about the contracting and the procurement, because you've given in your affidavit a history that begins a long time ago. And as I understand, the problems with the medical experts go back a really long time.
Yeah.
It's just that they still persist even now in your version. So what I'd like to understand, you mentioned that the experts worked through the panel of attorneys. Did the Road Accident Fund have its own panel, and therefore the attorneys drew from the panel, or did each attorney have their own panel and the Road Accident Fund had no say in the matter? How did that work?
Chair, from 2007, when I started with the accounts, the experts were instructed by the panel of attorneys, or the RAF directly, maybe in some instances, but they could choose who they wanted. They had preferred experts that they wanted to instruct, that they've worked with, doctors that are highly qualified, some of them being professors, lecturing at the university. They have vast experience in their field. And based on that, I think the attorneys made decisions, also what expert for a specific case. A road accident is a road accident, but believe it or not, they are all unique in their own way. So experts were appointed, they were approached, they were asked to do these assessments, they provided reports, and that is how it happened. Then in 2015, actually 2013, sorry, there was a request for a bid in a newspaper for a panel of medical experts. And that panel was activated in 2015. It took 2 years since this request for the bid for this panel to actually be activated. And when this happened, the panel consisted of 82 experts of all different specialities, and for the entire country, all the provinces. The problem with this awarded panel was that there were only two orthopedic surgeons on this panel, both situated in Johannesburg, to service the entire country. So that was quite problematic, and we were shocked because claimants would now have to travel from wherever all the way to Johannesburg because there's only these two orthopedic surgeons. And we had long discussions with the RAF and told them how it couldn't work because both these orthopedic surgeons were already booked way in advance. Some of these doctors really are, because they are experts, they are high in demand. Their diaries are booked for months. And we were really lost that there's only two orthopedic surgeons on this panel. Nevertheless, the RAF insisted that this is the panel and this is how it's going to work. And at that time in 2015, there really were hundreds of experts. I was working for, let's say, maybe 80 to 100 experts at that time. And that really wasn't a lot compared to all the experts countrywide. So to have only 82 experts on a panel countrywide it just didn't make sense. In the meantime, there was another tender for another panel of experts. That tender got cancelled, and then there was another tender after that also got cancelled. So the 82 experts was activated for a 3-year contract from 2015 to 2018. But 1 month after the panel was activated, the RAF realized that this isn't working because there were thousands of existing bookings made with medico-legal experts already at the time that now are not on this panel. And the first the RAF said all those existing bookings with those non-contracted experts must be cancelled, and only this 82 experts must now service the entire country on behalf of the RAF. A month later, the RAF issued a communication, or a directive, as they like to call it, to address the shortage, because then they did realize it's not working, the existing bookings are being cancelled. Already at that point, Chair, if I can explain to you, claimants would have to travel from very far, from other provinces, let's say the Free State, to Pretoria to be assessed by an expert. So there really was confusion and chaos. The bookings made with experts are not set up between the claimant and the expert. the booking is made with the expert, but through the RAF's attorney and the plaintiff's attorney. So when these bookings had to be cancelled, thousands of phone calls had to be made because the defendant attorney had to phone the plaintiff attorney or communicate with them, maybe via email or a phone call, to say, listen, the booking that we made 8 months ago for your client to be assessed by this expert is now cancelled because this expert isn't on this panel. So I think because of all this chaos and cancelled bookings and not being able to secure new bookings, the RAF realized, and then they said that the non-contracted experts who are not on the panel can be used. They would prefer it if the non-contracted experts would agree to the RAF tariff, but if they cannot find a non-contracted expert that is not prepared to work on the tariff, they can also appoint a non-contracted expert that doesn't accept the tariff. So in actual fact, in my opinion, the contract didn't exist because there was a panel of 82 people that wasn't enough. The non-contracted experts that was prepared to work on the tariff could do it, and the ones that didn't agree to the tariff could also do it. They did ask that the 82 be contacted first, but the 82 really just wasn't enough to start off with.
Right. So can I ask, so around which time does this happen now, in terms of the year? Would that be 2018?
2015 to 2018, Chair.
So no, what I'm saying is that, so I understand that the whole process with the panel and so on begins early. So it starts, I think, in 2013, takes about 2 years. 2015, there's like 82 experts, they're not enough, and so on. Eventually, the Road Accident Fund says, look, you start with those that are on the panel. If they're not available, you can go to somebody who's not on the panel. Please ask them to use the tariff. If they don't want to use the tariff, they can use they can use their own tariff, but please get permission from us first as the Road Accident Fund. So when that communication happens, around which year is that? Because I do want us to get to the point where we understand then where
it was still in 2015, Chair. The panel was activated in May 2015.
Right. Oh, I see.
And then a month later, then they realized it's not working, and then they issued the directive to say it's not working.
Okay, I see. Right.
Yes.
So how long? So basically, how long did this situation go on that you are describing now, where there's a panel, but also there are medical experts who are not on a panel, and so on? How long did it continue after that?
For 3 years. The contractual period was for 3 years until May 2018.
Right. How were the experts paid?
The experts were paid directly.
How did the invoicing and right? So they were?
The experts were paid directly. There's always been a little bit of there was discrepancies in that period where sometimes a doctor would receive a direct payment. All of the experts are registered vendors. They all have a vendor number at the Road Accident Fund, which means their banking details have been verified. They receive direct payments from the RAF. They were receiving direct payments. Sorry.
No, I was going to, so they were direct payments. So were any experts paid via the attorneys that had asked them to give an opinion? to produce a report, to examine a claimant and then produce a report?
Sorry, Jay, I'm not asking. I don't understand your question.
No, what I mean is, so all of them are vendors, but
Yes.
it was the RAF attorney who would
Yeah.
contact an orthopedic specialist or a neuro specialist and say, we need a certain report made. When the road accident fund paid, did it only pay directly, or did it also, in other cases, pay through the attorney that had asked the expert to produce a report?
Jay, it's been a little bit, it was a little bit chaotic. Double payments occurred. In some instances, the RAF would pay the attorney to pay the expert after the RAF already paid the expert directly. In some instances, they would pay the expert directly, and then 3 months later, the attorney would also pay the expert, which means the RAF paid the attorney to pay the expert. Double payments were made. It wasn't. It created chaos. You know, the experts had to refund the money. And we did that, and it's difficult to refund a 10,000 Rand payment for a double payment when you are actually still owed 2 million Rand. But for bookkeeping purposes and accounting, it was the right thing to do, and that's how we treated it. I complained about it a lot. We didn't want that. Nobody wanted that. During this 2015 contract period, there was a CFO. Am I allowed to mention her name?
Yes, you can mention a name, but I just want to understand. So are you dealing now with a double payments issue?
Yes, I'm dealing with a double payments issue. Okay,
yeah, just deal with that in short, yes.
Okay, so in 2015, I'm not sure exactly when this CFO joined. Her name was Minnie-Botbijl. And I don't know, I can't remember when her contract ended. I had long discussions with her, and she was very nice with meetings with us, specifically to deal with the double payments. It was a concern. Look, it wasn't millions of rands on a day, but over years it did accumulate to quite a lot of money, seeing that the experts' amounts are such small amounts, which makes it a lot of payments to get to that amount, because it's a 10,000 Rand amount. So Minnie-Botbijl really helped me, and that is the first time that she introduced me to a RNYP report. So you've heard about the RNYP report.
Yes.
It's requested, not yet paid. So that assisted us a lot, me personally, because I'm dealing with the accounts. That RNYP was fantastic. I get a report, I see exactly what payment is loaded for my client on the RAF system right now. It hasn't been released yet, but the payment is loaded. When I look at this report, I can see this, the attorney already paid the doctor. Don't pay the doctor again, cancel this payment. Or I could see that the RAF requested an amount of 100,000 Rand instead of 10,000 Rand for the expert, and I could correct it and ask them, please remove the digit so that you don't pay my client 1,000 Rand instead of 10,000 Rand. The RNYP was, from there, our problem was solved in terms of double payments.
All right. Okay, no, thank you very much. So I just want, so how long did this situation carry on? Not the double payments, but I'm saying the mix of experts, who are on the panel and those who are not on the panel. different tariffs applied, the RAF's own and the experts' own. How long did that go on? Did it come to an end, or does it still exist today?
No, it still exists. Well, the panel of attorneys are gone now. So the contract came to an end in 2018.
Right.
The experts panel. The experts panel came to an end on the 10th of May 2018. And then the RAF said, majority, I must say, I estimate about 90% of payments were made to the experts directly. It really was a very small percentage of payments that were made to the attorney to be made to the experts. It was more to, experts were more paid directly than what the payment went through the panel attorney. The contract came to an end on the 10th of May 2018. And when this happened, the RAF said, because there is no contract, the PFMA applies and the experts can no longer be paid directly. Their money must be paid to the attorney. We were...
Sorry, when did that happen?
In around about May 2018, when the contract came to an end. Chair, unfortunately with the RAF, you know, the contract came to an end in May, on the 10th of May 2018, but it was only in June 2018 that the RAF informed us that the contract ended last month. And that is how it always works with the RAF. Even when the contract started on the 10th of May in 2015, it was only a month later that they informed us, listen, the contract started last month. So it's normal practice for the RAF to implement things a month ago, but telling you today. That's just normal practice, but to not confuse, I just want to stick to the actual contract dates, you know.
No, that's fine. So maybe to help if I just lead you through the story so that we also don't get lost in it, so that we can just pull out the key issues. So the panel comes to an end. What system is used when it came to an end? Because I'd imagine it takes some time to constitute a new panel. So how did the process work after that, after the panel had expired?
Chair, at that point, there were thousands of existing bookings. So you're sitting with a thing now where there's no contract. So
we'll get to that. I just want to know, how were you told this is going to work? So did the panel expire the formal period? Did things just continue the way they were? I just want to know for now what arrangement was in place.
It just happened. Claimants arrived at bookings, experts saw the claimants, they did their reports, they attended to joint minutes, they went to trial when they were asked to testify. That's what happened.
So in effect, things just continued. So if you were on the panel before, the panel's period has expired, then it just scheduled. Was there a formal extension of the panel or anything like that? Was there communication from the RAF when they said the contract has ended? Did they say you are extended for X period?
Randomly.
So the experts were told, when you say randomly, you mean individually?
Yes. That's the norm. That's always the norm. The 82 experts on the list, the awarded 82 experts, didn't all receive a formal communication. A formal communication was sent randomly to experts, not all of them on that list. So it was chaotic.
No, no, no. I appreciate. No, no, no. We will get to. We will get to. So we'll get through this quicker if we just deal with this in small chunks quickly. So anyway, so what I'm hearing you say is the the situation that so effectively the panel was extended. However, not everybody got communication to say you've been extended. So it would happen as and when then, that expert had to be used, I suppose. If I'm correct, then they would get that extension. What I want to know is where those that you know of, were they given a time period to say you've been extended for 6 months, for a year? What did the communication say?
Chair, the communication said that the 82 experts, the contracted experts for that period, must hand over their files, and they cannot continue to work for the RAF.
Right. So that's the one thing. Okay. And then then they stopped doing work for the RAF after that.
Well, they had existing bookings, and claimants would arrive. And that is, again, the thing. People traveling from the Free State to arrive at your rooms, the claimants suffer from that. It was hard for the experts to say to the person, I cannot see you. I have your file. I'm not sure what to do. Nobody knew what to do. Nobody knew what to do. They were told to give back their files.
Sorry, can I ask to give back to whom? So if you're a doctor, you ask to hand over the file. Who do you hand it over to?
I think at that time they wanted the experts to hand it back to the RAF so that the RAF could distribute it to non-contracted experts, because now there is no panel. When the contract came to an end, I'm not aware of an extension. There was no bid for a new panel. It was just chaos.
Okay, no. I get that. So all I want to know is, so you said that they were told to hand over the file. So of those that you know, the ones that you work with, does this mean they then took the file and handed it over to someone at the Road Accident Fund? Well, I just want to understand the handing over bit. We'll come to the claimants, just deal with the handing over of the file.
No, because a couple of days later, they realized that they made a mistake and that shouldn't happen. And the communication was all experts can continue to provide a service.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we're gonna get to the end soon. So as I understand, then the files don't get handed over to the Road Accident Fund. So effectively, you now go back to the panel situation, but informally, so to speak. Right. And so I just want us to now get to the termination of the panel of attorneys, because there was a link between the attorneys and the panels of experts. So in that 5 attorneys might know 5 experts and they work with them all the time and so on. So the panel gets terminated. We'll then come to the payments and then I'll hand over to the members.
Okay.
So we now understand how the system worked. And as I understood from you, they still not a new panel to this day. That's the Road Accident Fund, as far as you know. What I want to understand then is, when the decision to do away with the panel of attorneys, what happened in practice between the attorneys, the claimants, and the experts, as well as the Road Accident Fund? Can you just describe the developments as you experienced them at the time?
Chair, that was on the 1st of June 2020 when the attorney's contract came to an end. Is that where you want me to be?
That's the one. Yes, no, we're still going to go back and then deal with the payment issues. I just want us to deal with the sort of the arrangements first. Then we'll come to the payments.
Okay. When the panel attorneys stopped working for the RAF on the 1st of June 2020, the experts were instructed to provide all their deliverables to the RAF directly. It was clear instructions, it was strict instructions. Do not send your reports to the panel of attorneys. There are no more panel of attorneys. All your deliverables, your reports, your joint minutes, your follow-up reports, your addendum reports, all your deliverables must now be sent to the RAF directly. That's what happened when the attorneys were terminated or stopped working.
Okay. So what was this seamless? Was there somebody that was dedicated? I'm supposing that the experts are in different parts of the country. Was there someone that all of the files had to be delivered to at the Road Accident Fund? How did that work?
The attorney's files, Chair?
No. Remember, you work with the medical experts, and
Yes.
the medical experts work with the attorneys. Now the
Yes.
attorneys are no longer there.
Yeah.
But the medical expert has bookings to come of people that are going to come next week, next month, etc. That's number one. Number two, they must go to court on a particular date with a particular attorney to go and answer and explain what is in the report and so on. So that's my understanding of what a file is. It's the medical information. You work with an attorney, you work with the court, there are dates for examinations, for court dates, etc. So I'm now wanting to understand what happens to all of this, because the attorneys are now not there. Was there a process to say, okay, you are working with ZB Incorporated with these 15 claims. Now you are going to take that same information. Here is Mr. ZB number 2 at the Road Accident Fund. Continue with the process as it were. That person now replaces ZB Incorporated. Is that what happened? If not, what happened in fact?
What happened was the experts had to find out who the claims handler was that was dealing with the matter at the Road Accident Fund. And they had to contact that person. If I remember correctly, there was a dedicated email address that the experts could forward their reports to. The problem that the experts experienced with that was they needed information to compile their reports that they would usually get from the attorneys, but that they were not able to get from the RAF because, no, there wasn't a dedicated person that the experts could contact to be helped in that regard.
Okay. What happened to, so I now understand then. So you then had to deal with a claims administrator or handler on a case-by-case basis. It wasn't always the same person.
No, it wasn't always the same person. The claims, even if a doctor is based in Johannesburg and the assessment took place in Johannesburg, the matter could be dealt with by the Cape Town region of the RAF. So you've heard before in your previous meetings that you've had that there's a link number, but there's also a RAF claim number. So the claim number indicates to you what branch of the Road Accident Fund is dealing with the matter. So the experts had to contact first the branch. You have to know which branch of the RAF it is and then find the person there that is dealing with that matter at that branch.
Okay, I get you. Now let's come to the payments. I'm going to ask a series of like simple questions so that we can get to today, to the present day, right? Um, so historically, and you don't need to go through it year by year, how were, how efficient was the payment system? Did you get paid on time? That is, did your clients get paid on time? And if not, what was the process that would take place between yourself representing your clients and the road accident fund and vice versa? I just want to get a sense of how the payment part of it was working.
The payment part has always been inconsistent. Drips and drabs. There was payment. I can't say never enough. That's not how it was.
Let's put it this way.
It was just not consistent.
Okay, let me ask it this way to be so. What are the general payment terms? An expert has now submitted an invoice. By when must they be paid? Is it 30 days, 60 days, 90 days? How does it work? And therefore, 30 days.
30
Were
days.
Payments made in 30?
Hardly ever, Chair.
What is the longest that they would go unpaid?
I've had payments on the RNYP that would sit there for 519 days and it's not being released. It's already requested on the system, but for over 500 days, it's not released.
Okay, so that's like 16 months or so. So it's like a year and a half. In that time, does the expert continue to provide a service to the road accident fund?
They do, Chair.
And so as you get some payments, the bill keeps accumulating, the debt of the road accident fund keeps accumulating in the back.
The RAF could never pay what the experts produced. They always produced more than what the payments were.
Right. I see. Okay. So there was never a time when, everything is up to date, where you're supposed to get paid in 30 days and maybe it's gone over by 15 days or so, but basically the account is clean. So there was always this long lead times. Now I understand that there was an undertaking made to clear all of this up, to deal with it. Can you just tell us about that? New chief executive comes in, has some interactions with the medical experts, and they explain the situation that you are telling us, you've just told us about here. There's an issue with the panel, there are payments that accumulate over time while work continues to happen, etc. Can you just tell the committee what that interaction was like, and then we'll get to the state of affairs right now, and then we'll give you time to have some water, and then the members will ask some questions.
Yes,
so
sure.
Start with the undertaking to clear up everything, which is in your affidavit.
From National Treasury, you're talking about that?
So new chief executive comes in. I imagine that he's meeting stakeholders to understand what's going on, and I saw something like that in your affidavit, that there was a new chief executive, there were meetings and undertakings were made to talk to Treasury and so on. Just tell the committee and the public about that portion of the story.
Yes, in June 2020, June or August 2020, sorry, I'm not looking at my affidavit. The chief executive had an online meeting with experts, and he informed the experts that National Treasury has given the go-ahead for experts to be paid for the services that they provided through the attorneys, which the RAF couldn't pay to the experts that they had to pay to the attorneys. Right. They provided us with a template, a format, that the accounts had to be listed on. They asked for specifics, link numbers, full names, how long the account was outstanding for, and we had to provide this list, which I assume they then took to National Treasury to say, okay, so many million are outstanding, can we pay these experts? And we were then asked after that, we were told National Treasury approved this, and we must resubmit these accounts together with all the supporting documents, which we did. And quite a number of these accounts were paid to the experts, but not all.
Right. So I understand that some accounts were outstanding for so long that at some point the Road Accident Fund then said they had prescribed and would no longer get paid. Prescription being this amount should have been paid within 3 years. We are now talking about this account 6 years later. Sorry for you. Can we talk about that? So when does this happen and what is the situation now?
That was a directive that was issued in July 2021, where prescription was mentioned. We continuously, my accounts for my doctors are submitted continuously. So I don't understand prescription even today, because the RAF continuously says to us there's possible prescription. Please show us when is the first time you submitted the account. And the first time that the account was submitted was 5 or 6 years ago. And in some instances, without mentioning prescription, an account from 2019 was paid in June 2025. So sometimes somebody would mention prescription, and other times people just don't mention prescription and pay an account that is 5 years or 8 years old. That's what I can say about the prescription issue, Chair.
All right, thank you. Final question. So, am I correct, firstly, to assume that there are still many of these accounts outstanding going back years, not just 3 years? They go back many, many years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is the current state of the discussions with the Road Accident Fund about those accounts? Is there a system in place to settle them, or do they just continue unpaid? Is there cases where there's litigation to try and recover the money? Can you just tell us what's happening now?
What's happening now is there's no uniformity. So each region of the RAF really do their own thing. The Cape Town branch will pay a 6-year-old account. The mainland branch will refuse to pay an account that is older than 3 years. There really is no uniformity with this. We do not have a central person that we speak with. That is the current situation. Sorry, and I cannot remember the second question you asked me.
No. So I was asked, the second question was whether there is currently any system being put in place right now to address this issue.
I'm hoping for that, Chair. We had an opportunity to meet with the interim chairman of the Road Accident Fund on the 26th of September. I think it's early days. It's only in 2 days, it's a month that we've had the meeting with him. They've asked us to provide them with information, which we have. We haven't had a response from them. But like I said, it's nearly a month.
Right.
I'm hopeful with this interim chair that we will get the opportunity to meet again and see what the way forward is.
Right. So last question. Do you continue to have to it's a two-part question. One, how many medical experts you work with as your clients? One. And secondly, do you continue to have clients who do work for the Road Accident Fund and invoice?
Yes, at this point, Chair, it's about 48, I think, are the number of experts that I work with. They are instructed by the Road Accident Fund directly, some of them, by the vendor rotation system. They have outstanding accounts. Those accounts are being paid within a year. Average.
Okay, so on average within a year.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. No, thank you very much, Ms. Minnie. So we've just, at least, I think now we all following at a high level. As I said, the members have the detail that is put in your affidavit. So what is going to happen now is that each member will get a time with you to ask you questions, and only that member. You've done well so far. In other words, you've not used jargon, and please continue to do that. You don't use jargon, simplify things, and the members, unfortunately, I have to be rough on them with time. So after 15 minutes, I have to cut them off so that everybody gets a chance. It helps a lot when the member can squeeze enough questions in their 15 minutes.
Sure.
So what I would encourage you to do is to not over-explain. If the member wants a follow-up, they will ask you, don't worry. Just give a straight answer. And here in this committee, we always say, if you don't know, it really is okay to say, I don't know, right? We discourage speculation. If there is someone that you recommend that rather speak to somebody else who does this, you are most welcome to do that, because the committee always wants direct information so that we can operate on the basis of facts. So I'm just going to watch the hands as they come up, Ms. Minnie. So for now, I have Honorable Atkinson and Honorable Neil May. So what will happen is Honorable Atkinson will go first, Honorable Neil May will go second, Honorable Mende will be the third. Okay? And then we will explore a break. So Honorable Atkinson will go first. I will not be saying anything now except to hand over to the next member or to ask a clarification question. So you are now going to speak to Honorable Atkinson, and he will have 15 minutes to talk to you directly, and then we move on to the next member.
Sure.
Over to you, Honorable Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to Mrs. Minnie for a very comprehensive report on the challenges faced by the experts who dealt with the Road Accident Fund. Ms. Minnie, the one subject that interests me is the Road Accident Fund made quite a thing about people coming directly to the fund. So rather than using lawyers, they could actually apply directly and go into the Road Accident Fund or use a call center and do a direct claim. What you're explaining here is quite a complex procedure in getting to speak to experts and various other things. And in many instances, you spoke about appointments being made by the plaintiff's lawyers with the Road Accident Fund's lawyers. How would someone who came directly, how would they have dealt with that situation without a lawyer?
Morning, Honourable Member Atkinson, and thank you for the question. I would assume that, sorry, and I know I'm not supposed to assume, but the Road Accident Fund implemented the vendor rotation system. I would think that if the Road Accident Fund required a report on the direct claimants, that an expert would be instructed via the vendor rotation system to do an assessment on the claimant. I'm not sure whether the experts are told that this is a direct claim. The experts are not allowed to communicate with the plaintiff's attorneys or with the claimant directly. The appointment would have been set up by the Road Accident Fund to the expert, and there would not be no relationship between the expert and the direct claimant. I'm not sure how they would give those instructions. I have not seen such an instruction that I could say to you that any of my experts have assessed a direct claim. I wouldn't know.
So, no, thank you. Thanks very much for that answer. Can I just ask the period of your time at the Road Accident Fund? Just, I know you've written in the affidavit, but if you can just confirm for members of the public how long you were there for, the period of your employment there.
I wasn't at the Road Accident Fund. I've been dealing with experts' accounts for the experts since 2007.
Okay, and until today?
Until today, yes.
Okay. Has the situation changed materially? I know a lot of the stuff we're talking about goes back many, many years. But what is the situation in the last year or two? Have things got better or have they got worse?
Honourable Member, the latest contract that was advertised, I refuse to look at because the contracts have only gotten worse and worse and worse. I refuse to look at the latest contract, and I also advised my experts to not sign the last contract that they've advertised. There's an extension. The extension from the previous contract, I think, expires on the 26th of November. After that, I don't know what's going to happen.
Okay, could you maybe explain what it is about the present contract that you would not wish your experts to sign?
Like I said, I didn't look at it. The 2022 contract, they advertised on their website. There were 3 different versions of the contract. It was total chaos. That contract came to an end on the 14th of June 2025, and no one knows who was on that panel and who was not. So that really was the last contract that I wanted to get involved in, because since the inception of the contract, it's typing errors, wrong terms in, I'm not a lawyer, but the contract, for example, this is 2 years after the panel attorneys are terminated, and the contract still mentions you will receive instructions from the panel attorneys. They mentioned employees in the contract that left the employ of the RAF more than 2 years ago. They said that the contract is based on a request for information that was done in 2021, that no one can give me the information on this request for information from 2021. It really took a lot of my time. I, out of my own, instructed a lawyer to please help me to look at this. I explained the entire situation. The opinion that I got from the lawyer was, don't sign it. So this latest contract that hasn't been implemented yet, this is the contract that I didn't want to look at and get involved in.
So in essence, that contract really would have been null and void because of all the errors. I mean, there were so many material errors in there, particularly referring to and asking to, to communicate with a panel of attorneys, which doesn't exist. I mean, to effectively sign a contract. I mean, that contract effectively would be null and void. Did you ever at any point try and make contact with the legal department of the Road Accident Fund to point any of these issues out, or was there any communication with the legal department?
Honourable Member, I didn't deal with the legal department. The RAF has a panel management unit. I tried various times. I know of only 2 experts, my clients, that received a signed version back from the RAF. So this contract started on the 15th of June 2022. My 2 clients that received a signed version back from the RAF only received those versions back in late 2024. It was like 6 and 7 months before the contract came to an end that they only received a signed version back from the RAF. So we contacted the panel management unit. We asked for signed versions. We never got it back. No one knew if they were on the panel or not. Some of them received vendor rotation tickets. Some of them never did. There really is no use to sign this contract because you don't know where you stand with the contract.
Do you know who the person responsible at the Road Accident Fund was in your dealings with them? Who had the ultimate responsibility for resolving these issues and dealing with the panel, so to speak?
I would, the panel management unit.
Yeah. And would you care to mention who headed that up?
I beg your pardon, I didn't hear the question.
No, I said, would you care to mention who the person was that headed up that panel management unit? Who was the person the Road Accident Fund ultimately responsible for all this?
Well, I would assume the CEO would be responsible for that, seeing that he is above the panel management unit. I would assume that.
Yeah, okay. And then I'd just be interested if you could kind of quantify the amounts outstanding in the period, just dealing specifically with your clients. What kind of amounts are we looking at that they were generally waiting for payments? I mean, I know, across the board it'll be a much larger amount, but just in your knowledge of the amounts that people are sitting waiting for, what was the extent of outstandings that
about 50
people
million.
were waiting for?
Give or take 50 million.
Okay, and how many people would that relate to? How many experts would that relate to?
I think 48. Let me just look at my list. Sorry. Here we go. How many? David said 47. 47. It's 47.
Okay, so and you said it's about 50 million for 47. So on average, people are waiting for over R1 million worth of, I mean, obviously it would vary between expert, but on average, over R1 million per person was waiting to be paid. It's quite difficult. I mean, a lot of these experts, I would assume, would be working in reasonably, either on their own or reasonably small practices. I mean, it's quite something to carry an outstanding debt like that for a long period of time.
For some of them, most definitely, yes. Some of them would have a what I just referred to as a private practice. So, like, let's take, for example, an orthopedic surgeon would be a treating doctor, if I can call him that. So he would still carry on with his theatre process, and he would, he's got his private practice, and he would do medico-legal work. For those guys who had a cash flow from the other side of their rooms, they were okay. For experts who solely do medico-legal work and accommodated the RAF, they were in a bad situation.
Ms. Minnie, we heard from the Sunshine Hospital earlier this week. We were basically driven out of business by the fact that 300 million was owed to them by the Road Accident Fund. were you ever aware of any people who basically stopped acting for the RAF because of non-payment, or basically had to discontinue their businesses because of non-payments?
Sorry, I just want to confirm. So you want to know if some of these experts stopped working for the RAF?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They cancelled their existing bookings and, just said, sorry, I'm not able to accommodate you anymore.
And then my final question to you was, we spoke about prescription. And you mentioned that there appeared to be no specific procedure on the RAF side as to when something was prescribed. And that it did very, very, very much upon which office it was or whatever. Were these actual claims that were kind of in process, and then all of a sudden RAF decided that it was all taking too long and they would just cancel it, basically? Or were there things that had just been sitting there for a long time and people hadn't been following up or whatever? I'm just interested to, because in a sense, if it's stuff that's not happening on the RAF side, and then they say that something prescribes, that would seem to be very unfair. So I was just wondering if you managed to pick up any thread as to what caused something to prescribe.
It really was very unfair. A lot of payments appeared on the RNYP. So they were processed, authorized, and loaded on the system, and eventually cancelled. So it really was very unfair.
Yeah. All right. So a lot of the problems that you experienced, would that be directly related to the panel of experts actually having been cancelled? I mean, did things get a lot worse after that or not?
Yeah. After the 2015 contract came to an end in 2018, the RAF decided, also very unfairly, because that was not the basis that the work was done on, but in 2018 they just made the decision and informed everybody that your payments will now not be made to you, they will now be made to the former panel of attorneys. And by 2020, when the former panel attorneys were terminated and no longer had any relationship with the Road Accident Fund, our payments have to be continued to be made to them, but they don't exist anymore. Not all of them, but some of them. Some of them closed their practices. Some of them moved on. We are not informed of what of our payments have been made to these attorneys or not. And as far as I understand, with a meeting with an attorney that I had, is prescription can also not run until we know when our payment was made. So prescription can only start running from the date that you are informed that your money was paid to someone. But we don't know that in all instances. So I have to tell you that part of my 50 million rand that I mentioned to you for my clients, there could be some of those payments that have already been made to the attorneys, but the RAF hasn't informed us of that.
So really, just to sum up, your experience of them is that most of the stuff was completely arbitrary, that there didn't appear to be any formal procedures in things like prescription. There was not a proper process of paying people. You mentioned that people would wait up to 16 months. I mean, in essence, I think it would be fair for this committee to assume that things were just a complete mess, basically.
Yes, there were experts that issued summons to make sure they interrupt prescription. As far back as 2021, and nothing has also happened with their matters. They are no further or not a step ahead of any of the experts who didn't issue a summons or started the legal proceedings. They are no further.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Minnie. It sounds like a quite major internal structural problems with the Road Accident Fund that really do need to be resolved by the management. And it sounds like not very much actually works, unfortunately.
No.
And at the end of the day, people on your panel and the poor people claiming actually are the ones who suffer the most in this. So thank you. I really do appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Minnie. Mrs. Minnie, so can I hand over to Honorable Neil May? And then we might take a quick break. I am mindful that you've been speaking since 9 o'clock. So there'll be a time when we take a short break and resume, so that you can also catch a break. The Honorable Neil May, your 15 minutes begins.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, Ms. Minnie.
Good morning, Honourable
Chair?
Member.
Yes, Chair. And if you don't mind, I'm going to leave my camera off. I think I did show that I am a person, but unfortunately my bandwidth here at the park is a bit unstable. Chairperson and yourself, in your opinion, it appears that the Road Accident Fund has been in a state of administrative and operational chaos. Those in leadership positions seem to have lacked a proper understanding of the fund's core mandate and day-to-day functions. So looking back, how things used to work, coming forward to when the new CEO came into that position. And it seems like the situation was further exacerbated by the appointment of so-called specialist advisors to the CEO, whose interventions appear to have deepened the dysfunction rather than improved it. There are also growing concerns about unethical attempts to write off or reject genuine claims, which you have mentioned in your affidavit. And I'm just wanted to get to see, and it's gone off my other computer screen here. So, and that was in paragraph of your affidavit. It was 45, disingenuous excuses by RAF for non-payment of medical expenses. Now, so what I wanted us to have a look at is, could you summarize quickly if you look at how things worked in the past to when everything went wrong, summarize unethical business practices that you had come across from the RAF? Can you expand on it a little more? And that is, obviously we've heard, and my colleagues and the chair have spoken about the prescriptions claims, selecting maybe specific medical experts and the various MEMOs. But just summarize in your terms the unethical business practices that you have experienced compared to what used to be the practice, and how that has affected the chain it has a chain effect, like a domino effect down the line. Thank you.
Intellectual property was stolen. That is the bottom line that happened here. The services that the experts provided to the Road Accident Fund was stolen. They were received by the Road Accident Fund and they were never paid for. That is the bottom line. The affected chain that has on that is the RAF has lost some very good experts that have worked with them for decades. They know the system in and out. They have the expertise. In my opinion, the RAF cannot do without them, and they've lost they've really lost some very, very, very good experts that assisted them in quantifying claims and helping them with trial matters.
Thank you very much. And in your opinion, what would it take to rectify the situation that you see at RAF? What would it take to actually? What advice would you give back to us as a committee? Because at the end of the day, we have to make recommendations. So, what advice? You've worked in this business. You see, I understand exactly what you do because, as you say, your medical experts are in theatre. They're all over. The administration that it takes to collect all the documentation. So you're the middleman that is then collates everything and then submits it to RAF because of the bureaucratic red tape that comes in everything that one has to do. So going forward now, what advice would you give us that we can take to as recommendations to Parliament?
To understand the role of the medical experts, each speciality has different needs and different requirements. And the RAF has indicated over decades that they do not understand the processes, that they don't recognize experts in processes. They want experts to follow their processes, but the RAF cannot accommodate the experts' processes. If I can give you one example of that is an industrial psychologist, for example. An industrial psychologist can only complete his report once he receives all the experts involved in this matter, once he's received all of those expert reports. RAF has on numerous occasions not understood just that. They expect an industrial psychologist to assess a person today and to provide a report next week. But the assessment with the industrial psychologist can take place today, but the orthopedic surgeon assessment is only booked for 6 months. The industrial cannot. He cannot complete his report without all the other expert reports. He needs those reports. A neuropsychologist needs the report of a neurosurgeon. If the neurosurgeon's assessment is only taking place after the neuropsych's assessment, he or she has to wait for that neurosurgeon report to complete the report. RAF isn't aware that a neuropsych assessment can take 4 hours. It's claimants with brain injuries. These are highly qualified people who are trained to work with brain injured people. That's why these assessments take so long, you know. And one would think that the RAF dealing with people that are involved in road accident funds and are quadriplegics and brain injured people that they would have sort of understand this, but I get the impression that they don't. So the experts really are very important in quantifying these claims, and I would suggest that everybody find out exactly what the role is of each one of these experts.
No, thank you very much. And going back to what you have just explained, so that used to happen up until a certain point. When exactly did everything go pear-shaped? When exactly did things go a little in another direction? Was it the restructuring of the organization the restructuring of RAF? Was it when these medical experts came, these specialist advisors, the new CEO? Up until what point did everything seem to work okay? And in that case, if it seemed to work okay, what other improvements could have been done on the existing structure at that time? You know, because one looks at a whole system that has collapsed, from lawyers, from attorneys to medical experts. That whole cold chain has collapsed. I can see that. People have closed. Some people have gone under. Money is outstanding. Hospitals have not been paid. But up until what point did everything work in your opinion, to that kind of point?
Until the panel attorneys left.
Okay, so that panel of attorneys was the main, was the key to everything, because the panel of attorneys, as I understand, were the ones that would choose the medical expert. There was a chain of command, basically. Yes.
Sorry. The panel attorneys, send a detailed letter of instruction. That letter, it varies from the different law firms, but the panel attorneys would send a detailed letter of instruction, where they would highlight all the words that we don't know, the broken femurs and the vertebrae, and, everything that the doctor obviously understands. I don't. The documentation that the doctor needs to compile his report. They need medical records. Educational psychologists need school reports or varsity results, or wherever the person might be in his life. Different people, different experts need different information and different documentation. The panel attorneys, they were specialists in that field to instruct a specialist, if that makes sense to you when I say that to you.
Thank you. And finally, is now, in the situation that we are right now, the victims of the motor vehicle accidents, what is the crisis that is there now? They are obviously the ones at the end of the day that have been impacted the most. Right now, what does the situation look like? What is the picture? Bleak picture?
From the defense side of experts, I'm not the right person to answer that question. The experts whose accounts I deal with are defending the road accident fund, if that makes sense to you. It's not that we are against the claimant, but these experts are there to protect the road accident funds and to ensure that the claimant that arrives there does have the injuries that the plaintiff's attorneys say that they have. So does that make sense to you? Do you understand? So I'm not too close to the claimant themselves, but rather on protecting the RAF.
I know, I understand that. Hence, therefore, one would need those experts, because you could put in any report and just said, I broke my foot, I broke my toe, but I used to be a soccer player and I was, et cetera, et cetera. So the experts actually say, well, sorry, that toe can be healed within 5 days. He'll be fine. He can go back and play soccer. But, so you can look at that. Sorry, the last question was the two orthopedic surgeons that were chosen countrywide. Do you by chance know the names of those the two orthopedic surgeons? And that is my last question. Thank you.
It was Professor Anton Skeepers and Dr. Jeffrey Reed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I've concluded.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Nilmay. Colleagues, may I ask honorable members that it's 10:34 now, that we give Ms. Minnie and all of us take a 10-minute potty break and resume at 10:45 with Honorable Mende and then Honorable Beasley. Thank you very much. Ms. Minnie, we shall be back at 10:45 and Honorable Mende will then have a 15-minute exchange with you.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll see each other.
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, good morning and welcome back.
Recording in
I
progress.
just need to check if Ms. Minnie is back with us.
I am, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mente, are you back with us?
Ndikhona, Chair.
Ngena, Honorable Mente. Xesha lakho liyaqala ngoku.
Ndikhona, Chair, ndizawucela uba ndiyicime
Ikhamera ne.
ikhamera ngoba andifuni uqhawuka.
No, Enkosi, that's fine. Now I struggle with bandwidth up. Enkosi, Honorable Mente, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to the colleagues and good morning to our guest.
Morning, Honorable Mente.
Thank you very much. No, I just have few clarity questions I want to check with you pertaining all the information that you have provided in assisting us to establish exactly what is happening and when did these problems start to this point. I'm actually very much satisfied with the way your time frames are designed. And
We can hardly hear Honorable Mente, Chair. She's very quiet.
no, I am
Okay.
talking.
I can hear Honorable Atkinson. Are you able to adjust your volume? I can hear Honorable Mente. I've stopped the clock, Honorable Mente. Are you able to adjust the volume? I could hear. Honorable members, do you also have an issue? I don't.
It's a little bit soft, Chair.
I can hear, Chair, clearly.
Okay, let's just
Chair,
continue.
I can hear, but Chair, I can hear, but it's very soft, as Ms. Minnie said. It's quite difficult to hear it, but anyway, yeah.
Okay, let's just
hear
try.
me? Can you hear me now?
I can hear. I can hear.
I also can. Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Mente. I'll restart the clock.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Ma'am, I would like you, Ms. Minnie, to clarify for me the structure of the experts in terms of their location. Because you said something that people had to travel to come to Pretoria to see an expert and all of that. So I want to check the experts that you are working with in RAF, where were they located? What was the structure? Also include the different components and services. I hear you mentioning there were 2 orthopedics and then this and that. Can you just give us an idea of the structure and the different components that were available and most importantly, their location?
Sure. Johannesburg, Pretoria, Cape Town would be, and I can think of one expert in Mpumalanga. Of my clients. That is where they would be based, or where they are based.
So, okay. And what were the services? Which components were you dealing with?
I deal with the accounts.
No, your experts, which services were they providing? Were they specialists for which types of medical service?
Industrial psychologists, occupational therapists, neurosurgeons, neurologists, clinical and neuropsychologists, educational psychologists. What am I leaving out? Those would be the specialities.
Okay. Yeah. No, we will not crucify you if you leave anything, but basically you were covering almost all aspects of medical services.
Only of the accounts part. I am not involved in the assessment and report writing. That is what the expert does. I only deal with the accounts part of it. It's complicated. Different tariffs apply for different periods, different documents. I only deal with the administrative side of the accounts of the experts.
Okay, no, that is fine. So when you were receiving these accounts from these different experts, did you get any idea of the coverage in terms of the country, or it was difficult simply because it was located, or rather the address of an invoice would be based in the 3 offices? I want to just check if they were covering everyone in the country, or they were mainly covering, in majority, people that could travel to their spaces.
Honorable Mente, there aren't enough specialists in all the provinces. So claimants do travel a lot. I must tell you that in some instances, it is heartbreaking. I have visited rooms of doctors where I would have a meeting with the PA of the doctor or the secretary to collect documents. And you would arrive at the rooms and there would be a mother with a brain-injured child that is also a paraplegic. And the child doesn't have a wheelchair. I always feel the most sorry for the mothers. You know, they travel far with a disabled child to attend these assessments, and they need to attend these assessments to clarify or quantify their claims. Sorry if I used the wrong word. So yes, there aren't enough specialists in all the provinces. These claimants have to travel. They are poor people. It's heartbreaking. When these assessments, you know, Nick, I want to give you an example. The educational psychologists, really, I've never sat in on any of these assessments. I sort of have an idea of what these doctors do, but I've never physically attended an assessment with them that I can say to you exactly this is what they do, and I'm not a doctor at all. But to give you an idea, these assessments are very detailed, and that's why you need an expert to do this. It's detailed, it's very detailed. So let's say, for example, an educational psychologist assesses a child, and the appointment is at 8 o'clock in the morning. The mother probably already had to start traveling at 4 o'clock, or maybe the day before, to get to this appointment. A child cannot be assessed on an empty stomach. The test results won't be accurate. So the educational psychologists, because they are trained, they can see this, they know this. Their rooms are properly set up. They feed the children. first of all, so that the test results can be accurate. These people travel from far to attend these assessments.
Oh, okay. No, I get the picture. Are you aware of how many of the people who were providing the same services like you were doing to RAF? Were you the only company that is servicing this group of experts, or was there a variety of you doing the same thing? I'm trying to establish if, since you had them basically located in 3 provinces, are you aware of any other that would have been located in the most rural and remote areas?
No, I don't. I don't.
Hence, there's long travel of everyone to the 3 provinces.
Sorry, can you rephrase the question? I just want to make sure that I understand.
The question is, are you aware of the existence of the similar services in other provinces doing the same thing for RAF, since people have to travel these long distances to the 3 provinces you have mentioned?
Do you mean, is there another person or company like myself that administer doctors' accounts?
Yes.
I know of a few of them, but I'm actually not sure in what province they are.
But they are within the space of RAF as well? Are they within the space of RAF?
They also deal with expert accounts, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it will be, Chair, it will be very much helpful if we establish this in its totality, because we don't want to assume that experts were this far from the people, because if they were just in Cape Town, Johannesburg, in fact, it's 2 provinces. It's Johannesburg, Pretoria, and Cape Town. So it means they are of no use, effective use to the people, because majority of our people are in KZN, in Eastern Cape, and all other provinces, and these people don't have that kind of a service. So if that is the case, then we are dealing with a much deeper problem than the transactions that we're dealing with, but we're dealing with a service that is non-existent. So I want to appeal with you, Chair, that we need to establish that fact.
Thanks, Honorable Mende. I'll stop the clock. So I just want to clarify, because what Honorable Mende is saying is very important. I just want to clarify, Ms. Minnie, were you saying your clients are in the 2 provinces, or were you saying experts are in the 2 provinces? Because we do have a concern as a committee about access and traveling shorter distances for a consultation, that the RAF should be available in all 9 provinces in one way or another, unless there's an exceptional circumstance where you have to travel a longer distance. So I just want to be certain that we get you correctly. Is it your clients that are in these 2 provinces, or is it the RAF's network?
It's my clients. It's my clients. I do know of experts. I know a few in KZN. I don't deal with the accounts. I know quite a number of experts in Cape Town whose accounts I don't deal with anymore, but it is my clients that are situated in Joburg, Pretoria, and Mpumalanga.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll restart the clock.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I'm saying this because, Chair, just yesterday, I received a call from a claimant who was with their lawyer. And thanks God, for a change, I had a lawyer who was standing up for their claimant. And in the Eastern Cape, in the main, arriving at a quantum is quite a mountain to climb, simply because of these services and their availability. So that is why I'm insisting that it is important to understand the existence of the experts and their locations thereof. But also it will help us to check if outsourcing these services, is it helpful? Because if we're outsourcing it, then we're looking for a few. Which leads to my next question, Miss Minnie. We received a report 2 days ago, which gave us an idea of the number of claims that RAF is sitting with. And the numbers of claims that are outstanding at RAF is quite concerning. And if you look at the totality of the numbers, it's not the issue of direct claims, it's the issue of claims that are in the pipeline, sitting at court, do not arrive at quantum. There were 3 categories that guy gave us. And in the first category, it's exactly where your services are coming in, where the offer and arriving at the quantum is concerned, and no one gets to arrive at a quantum so that there is another process for capturing. And I want to ask you, how many roughly medical experts do you think can service RAF in order for RAF to arrive at a reasonable period to a quantum so that the claimant is not disadvantaged and doesn't have to crisscross the country trying to arrive at a quantum? How many experts do you think RAF requires?
At some point, I think it was in 2018, RAF indicated that they require experts to attend to 70,000 appointments. They would need 70,000 appointments for a year. Not specifically saying 70,000 orthopedic surgeons or 70,000 just plastic surgeon appointments. It really is difficult to say for me because I suppose it would have to depend on each province, you know, how many claimants there are per province, and that will probably determine how many experts you're going to need per province.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, because it's going to be quite a lot. If you look at your example now, that 70,000, however, the numbers we're dealing with were around 300,000 claims. But even with 70,000 alone for a year, it's a mountain to climb, which means the budget to pay just medical experts that are outsourced, who must feature in quite a number of elements into their invoicing, including management fees, profit, and all of that, is going to be big for RAF as well. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So these experts, after they have offered the service and provided a report, as you have said, they are defending RAF. Do they also attend court proceedings?
they did in the past. When there was a panel of attorney. There were court appearances. There's always a joint minute. So the plaintiff's attorney's expert, let's say the plaintiff's orthopedic surgeon and the RAF's orthopedic surgeon, they each wrote a report. And then they do a joint minute. And a joint minute is basically a summary of their reports and to say what it is that they agree on and what they disagree on. I'm not an attorney, so I don't know how they determined who appears in court during the trial and who don't. But yes, a lot of my experts have in the past, when there was a panel of attorney, appeared in court.
So you say they were attending when there was a panel of attorneys?
Yeah.
So you mean they had stopped now? They no longer attend court?
My clients at this point aren't really accepting bookings from the RAF anymore because of no structure, no payment, lack of communication, not getting the relevant documentation to compile the reports. When you are a medico-legal expert, you actually are a witness of the court. And these experts really put their, sorry, I'm not English, their reputation on the line. They need to make sure that when they appear before a judge, the information that they provide is correct. And unfortunately, the way things are with the Road Accident Fund right now, the complaints that I've heard from the experts and why they aren't receiving instructions anymore is because they don't get the necessary documentation. So they cannot provide a good quality report that they are prepared to go to court to defend. So none of my experts at this point are requested to go to court. None of my experts have attended court with the state attorney defending the RAF. They haven't been contacted by the state attorney to attend a trial proceeding with the state attorney. I know that there are experts that have done that, but not my clients.
Can I ask you to ask the last question, Honorable Member?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was actually going to be a last question. You partly covered me in my follow-up when you say the state attorney has not requested any of your clients to appear in court in defense of RAF. Do you perhaps know if they do have files with them of the cases they have provided reports for prior the panel of attorneys term coming to an end? Do you perhaps have an idea if they are sitting with open files upon which they've provided reports and those cases are on a court roll?
No, we wouldn't know that. The expert also wouldn't know that.
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Beasley. I'm going to come to you now. I just want to clear up because Honorable Mendes' question is very important, this last one. And that is, you remember in our earlier conversation, we spoke about the fact that experts were asked to hand files over, if you remember that. and then there appears to have been a realization that there is nobody to hand over to. There were claim administrators all over the place and so on. Part of our concern as a committee is that we've also seen the length of time it takes for claims to get to the process where an offer is being made, which appears to suggest to us that there are various open files somewhere where the matter is in litigation for years. So part of what the RAF reports on is how long the claims have been outstanding. There's like 180 days, and then you go on, right? So the question, I suppose, and I'm re-asking perhaps with a bit of background, is in terms of the files that are not concluded, do your clients have any files that are not concluded yet? In other words, something still needs to happen later. And can you give us a sense of the volume, if you know, the volume, and whether you know how long they've been open like that?
I wouldn't be able to tell you the volume or how long. If it's longer, it's my understanding that after 2 years, a report is stale. So I would think that if the expert has already assessed a claimant 2 years ago and the report hasn't been finalized yet, there would have to be a follow-up assessment.
Right. So in other words, the matter in some instances still needs to go to court, but now the expert would be talking about an assessment from 2 years ago. If 2 years has passed, then the expert has to get the most recent information, which means it must be done again. Okay. No, thank you very much. That's very helpful. I didn't have that kind of understanding, but it's very helpful as we then assess how the RAF clears the backlog, the components of that backlog, and the work that needs to be done, and the resources. So thank you very much for that.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please.
Without proper systems in place, that can never happen. You need proper systems. Certain things need to happen at the right time for experts to compile these reports. And right. Without having such proper systems, that just isn't going to happen.
Can you give us a sense of what you mean by proper systems? Do you mean, the reports have to come together around the same time? Do you mean there must be some notification that says, well, there's now only a month left to this report and it's going to expire and we're going to need to do it? Just tell the committee what you mean by proper systems.
The RAF needs to get their house in order, and they need to get themselves organized.
All right. In what respects, if I may ask?
It's not an expert's duty to keep on asking the Road Accident Fund, please provide me with this report so that I can complete my report.
Oh, I see.
They need to know that there must be a system in place. The RAF must start realizing when they need to provide the expert with the correct information. There aren't such systems in place.
Okay. No, I understand you. Thank you very much. Honorable Beasley, over to you.
Can you achterdeur toe maak? Sorry.
No problem.
Greetings, Miss Minnie and colleagues on the stand. And as I've said, Miss Minnie, don't worry, English is not my first language too. So, whilst the panel of attorney was around, who was a contracting party to the medical experts? Just in terms of the actual liability, who actually contracted the panel of attorneys to do the work? So I'm just thinking who liability actually rests with the attorneys or with the RAF?
The RAF had a contract with the panel of attorneys, and the RAF also had a contract with experts eventually for the first time in 2015. The integration of those two contracts have never worked according to me, in my personal opinion. That hasn't worked. The RAF informed the panel of attorneys that there's now a panel of experts. There's not enough experts. You can use any expert. You never know where you are. The service level agreement that the RAF entered into back in 2014 with the attorneys said that the attorneys have to obtain prior authorization to instruct an expert, and the expert will be paid directly. Okay? The expert received a formal letter of instruction from the panel of attorney, and the doctors were paid directly. In 90% of the cases, they were paid directly. It's these contracts, and then there are directives from I'm not a lawyer, but sometimes it seems like the directives that are issued really just cuts out the contract. It feels like the contract just doesn't exist anymore because there's this new directive that comes in regardless of what was stated in the actual service level agreement. So, and the directives keep on coming. You can never, you have to keep a proper timeline of exactly when was said when to keep track of it.
For sure, thanks. And of your clients, the amount, I'm just trying to think, it's 41 million. What is that percentage of the work that they've done with the RAF? What percentage of invoices do you think remains outstanding in terms of value?
For direct instructions from the fund? Sorry, am I understanding your question right?
Yeah, so you said your clients are owed 41 million, 35. Yeah. And what percentage of the work that you would have invoiced for that 41? So is it 10% of the work that's outstanding, 20% of payments outstanding? So what percentage, just an overall estimate, if you can?
No, I don't think I can.
Okay, so, I mean, what have your experts billed? How much millions would have your experts billed the RAF over the years? So I'm just trying to get an estimate.
Oh, no, many millions.
Okay, and I see some of the claims go back to 2014. I mean, that's quite scary. I mean, a lot of emails and correspondence must have been sent in that regard. And then you mentioned 47 experts owing 125 million. Do you think that 125 million is recorded in the RAF's liabilities at all, or do you think it's out in the cloud somewhere that they actually haven't actually recorded that liability? Have you got any sense that money is actually recorded in their books?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, and do you think there's 47 and 125 million? Would you? I mean, it's an estimate and a guess. Would you expect that money quantum is far higher if one took the total of experts?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I've thought about it a lot because I really work for the amount of experts that I know that are out there. I've always tried to make the sum, to wonder, if this is what my experts are owed, what does the RAF owe, all the experts? I find it very interesting, and I would love to know what that amount is.
Can you give an estimate? You've given a lot of thought to it. I mean, you certainly won't be held to it, but yeah.
Before all this chaos and my business was very big and I had a lot of clients, the services are generated and payments do come in, but my book alone for my experts was never under 120 million rand. It must be over 500 million. It must be over 800 million. I really don't want to put a figure to it because I also don't know how many experts there are. Yeah. The RAF doesn't say, they haven't published who the experts are that are on the previous panel. We don't know for sure how many experts they were. They can give a list of preferred bidders, but they cannot say who the actual contracted experts were. So I wouldn't know. I've really thought about it a lot. I don't know.
Yeah, I must say I'd hate to be the CFO of the RAF. And I don't know how the AG can actually audit, because with all these liabilities that are out there in the cloud, it has to be paid sometime. I mean, they're not going to go away. And then you answered it briefly, but I mean, surely as a medical expert, you've got to be nuts to deal with the RAF now. I mean, the risk of getting paid is just, I mean, why actually take that risk? I mean, you can say that doctors and specialists have taken the oath, or, you know, but your chance of actually getting paid is and the potential risk to you as a business is enormous, you know. So, you know, what medical expert would actually engage with the RAF now?
I really, the previous contract, the experts do still have outstanding accounts for that, but I personally have said that I'm not dealing with, they have to find someone else, because I want to go as far as to say that I disrespect anybody who is entering into a new agreement with the RAF simply because of the disrespect that they've been treated with. You know, you can only do so much. The reality is that a lot of experts really enjoy this work. You know, they get to see injuries that they wouldn't normally get to deal with. So for a doctor, I think, you know, that's the idea that I got from them. You know, somebody, a clinical psychologist, wouldn't always be able to deal with a brain injured person, but because of this, they get more experience. And that's really what these experts are all about. It's about the expertise, the experience. They love the work. But it just is not sustainable. Too many of them have really lost too much. We cannot continue.
I'm with you. And you actually think that the less experts dealing with the RAF, the less people there are to help victims. You know, it is quite a scary situation.
And you will also sit with inflated claims. Sorry to interrupt you, because there will be the good. In my view, the good experts, and maybe I'm biased in that because I've just had such a good relationship with my experts for so long. It's been 18 years. So I do regard my experts as very good experts. And I also know other experts whose accounts I don't deal with that are good experts. And they are lost now. The RAF is lost without them.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a very good point that you raised, and it was actually going to be my next question, is that in the last couple of years, the medical claim payouts has actually doubled. In fact, it's nearly gone up by 300%. And one of the reasons possibly that the RAF aren't being defended by medical experts. So they're going in against claimants who've got medical experts, and the RAF are saying, well, we can't argue. We don't have a medical expert because we don't pay them, so they actually don't want to deal with us. So that's possibly one of the reasons why the claims, and numbers don't lie. You know, you're a numbers person yourself. Numbers don't lie. Claims have gone from 130,000 to 300,000 in the space of a couple of years. There's very good reasons for it. And one of the possible reasons is that medical experts are running a mile, you know, and the people who are knowledgeable in it aren't prepared to do the work. So I think that's a very valid point you raised.
Honourable Beasley, sorry if I can also just interrupt you there. Just I really want to mention this to you is that I like to read judgments quite a lot. And on the SAFLI website and on Law Library, they sometimes keep the claimant's entire name in there, or if it's a minor child, they will hide it. I have, in many instances, read judgments where the judge complains that there is no reports for the defendant, and it's hard for the judge to make a judgment because there's only plaintiff reports. And then in instances where the full name appears, I would search, and then I would see that there were actually 3 of my experts involved in this matter, but the reports were never used in the trial. So that should be concerning because the reports were there, they were provided, but they're not being used at the trial. And that is the reason why those reports existed in the first place, was for trial purposes.
Now, with you, and it's quite interesting, is I estimated that RAF has got a liability of 500 billion, but that was based on the old claim payout. So if you're basing it on the new one, it can actually go to like $1 trillion. I mean, it is actually quite scary. So not defending these claims and not having proper attorneys, not having proper medical experts, it's a massive own goal for us. You are subsidizing, not subsidizing, 100% paying to the fuel levy. And then just the last question, this chaos that you've said in it, and it sounds like absolute chaos at the moment. Who do you think are the ultimate losers in all of this? Ultimately, at the end of the day, who's paying the price for this chaos?
The claimant. Their claims are delayed.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a claimant. It's a claimant. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Minnie. I enjoyed the engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Beasley.
Thank you very much, Honourable Beasley and Ms. Minnie, for your answers. I will hand over to Honourable Skosana for his turn. Over to you, Honourable Skosana.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and good day to everyone in the meeting. Yeah, no, we appreciate the presentation from Ms. Minnie. I think it has really assisted us in understanding some of the aspects of the work that is done in the RAF with a number of role players that are involved. So my first question, Ms. Minnie, is that are all medical experts using a company like yours as a middleman or middlewoman to submit their claims to RAF, or some are doing it direct? They claim direct to the RAF without the involvement of a middleman or middlewoman, which is a company like yours.
Morning, Honourable Member. It really depends on the size of the rooms. Some experts do it directly with their accounting lady at their offices. Some use services like mine. Some don't even have an accounting lady, and they go in person all by themselves to the Road Accident Fund to deal with their accounts.
Okay. So this work that you are doing, are you also doing it for other public entities and private companies except the RAF?
No, the medical experts that I represent, some of them do have a private practice. I really only deal with small private practices where I would submit their medical aid accounts for It's clinical psychologists, and it's for therapy patients that they have. And that accounts I deal with through the medical aids or through the patients themselves. But they are also medical experts. It's just medical experts. Did I lose contact?
Honorable Skosana?
Oh.
We can't hear you. Have you? Oh, I think there's a network issue.
In network, Chair.
Oh no.
Okay, we can hear you. We can hear you.
So you are mainly in the medical field.
Honorable Skosana, we can't really hear.
You are handling accounts, but in the medical field.
Sorry, I didn't get the entire question, honourable member.
Yes.
Honorable Skosana, may I suggest that we do this? So I will stop the clock for you and note what time you had used. We can't hear.
No, we're still on the same spot where I was.
Yeah, I know, but something seems to have moved. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. You can hear me now.
No, honorable member, it's a bit rough. So can I? Oi, I really can't hear. We can't hear Honorable Skosana. So can I suggest that maybe we go to drop off in the meantime? We will go to Honorable Kubeka and then just indicate by putting up your hand, and then I will resume your clock at the point where we had stopped it previously, so that we can see if you can solve the signal problem. My apologies. Okay, he's back. Honorable Skosana, can you try again? Honorable Skosana, can you hear?
Chair, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, okay. I'll resume the clock. It's much better.
Yeah, I was on MTN. I'm now on Vodacom.
Okay.
Maybe it will be better.
All right.
You are advertising.
Okay. Oh. Honorable Skosana, please go ahead. I had stopped the clock, so please ask the question you were asking when we got cut off.
Yeah, okay. No, my question was that basically Mrs. Minnie is on the medical field, is handling accounts administratively, but with a focus on the medical field. If she's not dealing with RAF, she will be dealing with medical aid and stuff like that. Was just to get a confirmation that you are specifically on medical field.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, all right. So how do these medical experts pay you? Do they pay you upfront, or they only pay you after they have been paid by the RAF?
Because I have an administrative business, I charge an administrative rate, which is an hourly rate.
But then do they pay you upfront or they pay you after?
No, they pay me monthly.
Monthly. So as things stand, do they owe you?
Yeah. They haven't been paid for a while, so they haven't paid me. They haven't been paid for a while, so I haven't been paid for a while.
Oh, okay. So coming to the medical expert, the panel of medical expert, how useful was it? Because I think you are indicating in your affidavit that though there was a panel of medical expert between 2015 and 2018, nonetheless, RAF utilized the service of medical experts who were not on the panel. So how useful was that panel?
Useful, but not right. If you want to have a panel, get your systems in place and get a panel. And when the contract expires, have a backup plan and get a new panel and say who is on the panel. So that's what I want to say about it.
Okay. And then in paragraph 31 of your affidavit, you were saying on 1 June 2020, the acting CEO held a visual meeting with medical experts where I'm not reading it verbatim, but I'm just quoting it there and there, wherein he or she acknowledged the debt owed to medical experts and mentioned steps that will be taken to resolve the matter, including the involvement of the National Treasury. So if I may ask, who was the acting CEO that we are referring to here?
Mr. Collins Letswalo.
Was Mr. Collins an acting CEO? He started by being an acting CEO before he becomes a CEO?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. So you are also indicating that I think in paragraph 34 that I think there were subsequent meetings. I think there was another meeting on the 6th of August. I think there was also another meeting after that, but all these meetings did not bear fruits in terms of resolving this matter. Oh, so would you say that all these challenges reflect a failure on the part of the acting CEO and his executive management, or on the part of the board?
Yeah, I don't think that is a decision that I can make. We contacted everybody. We've tried to make contact with the board in the past. We have contacted so many executives. I want to say all of the above.
Okay. So was there any involvement of the Department of Transport itself? Because I think there's somewhere where you talk about, I think, an association of medical experts where they would come together and engage RAF and stuff like that. Was there at any point where maybe they engaged the department, either the minister or deputy minister or the director general in the department? I mean, take into account that these matters took a while. This challenge started quite a long time ago. Was there any point in time where this association of medical experts engaged the department?
We have copied them in emails, yes.
Okay. All right. So there was no response from them.
Myself and 2 experts attended a meeting this year with the Department of Transport. It was an online meeting. It was in June this year. It was June this year with 2 gentlemen from the Department of Transport, and they indicated that they would report to Minister Creasy about the concerns that we raised.
Okay. My last question, Chair. I think you are also indicating in your affidavit that this medical expert, as much as they haven't been paid for some of the work that they've done, but their reports were used by RAF. So I just want to find out as to whether does that mean that the motor vehicle accident victims whom these reports were used for do you know that by any chance that they were paid, or there's a correlation between the two, that the fact that this medical expert, because they were not paid, therefore that also mean that even those victims whom this report were intended for were also not paid?
Honourable Member, I wouldn't be able to answer that, because the experts that I work with represent the Road Accident Fund. We've received instruction on behalf of the Road Accident Fund. So to make you it's not that we are against the claimant, but we were instructed by the RAF. So our services were to the RAF. And not on behalf of the claimant. The claimant would have his own experts. So I wouldn't be able to say whether my clients who haven't been paid, that those claimants also haven't been paid, if I'm understanding your question correct.
Yeah, no, that's my question. Okay, no, I get you. No, thank you very much. No, thanks, Chair.
Honorable Skosana, thank you very much. And Ms. Minnie, thank you for your answers to Honorable Skosana. I'll hand over to Honorable Gubega for your state of questions.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings to the House. Greetings to Mrs. Minnie.
Hello.
And thank you for giving us your time to come and indulge us with and opening up our eyes, basically, to what has been happening at the Road Accident Fund. I think, Chair, for me, it's mostly comments and then maybe one or two questions for Mrs. Minnie. I think Mrs. Minnie and the gentleman who came to see us the other day as witnesses have opened up our eyes to issues that we basically were not fully aware of. When I say we're not fully aware of, I mean in terms of the magnitude of the scope of the work and the scope of the claims that were happening at the Road Accident Fund. I think, Chair, the Road Accident Fund was for years basically not performing, and this is according to the APP for performance. Now, I just want to know from Mrs. Minnie that as of recently, is she aware that the RAF APP performance recently was sitting at around 85% for the first time ever, if I'm to be correct, since the inception of the organization, and that around 50 billion rand was paid to claimants, which also could be possibly the highest amount ever paid to claimants. Now, I think that the first question there would be, how would these numbers tie into the narrative and the witness testimony that she's giving us that RAF was completely dysfunctional? Mrs. Minnie, if you may.
RAF was dysfunctional where experts are concerned. I deal with expert accounts, and I see the chaos around experts and their experiences with the Road Accident Fund and the difficulties that they are experiencing in providing the RAF with a proper service. I do not know how much is paid to claimants. I cannot comment on that. Maybe you've paid them too much because the experts, the other side of the experts weren't involved to pay such a large amount of money. I don't know, but I'm only involved with chaos with experts.
No, understood. No, it could actually be very well true that the people who were actually paid were actually paid too much because of the lack of experts on the side of RAF. But I think it's also equally important to note that when we speak about an APP performance of 85%, that's an overall performance. It's not a performance that looks at one side or one aspect of that performance. I think just on a comment, I think it's important to note that when RAF's performance was low, and this is now back 2018, 2019, 2020, leading up to recently, that no one was complaining. No one was complaining that, hey, the performance is low. I think this was for as long as the right people were being paid, all was well. And this is from where I sit now. This is where to say, I would argue that the experts that are now not being paid, the lawyers that are now not being paid, and the medical aides too that are now not being paid, that they had no issue when their bottom lines were not challenged. And the problem only started when the bottom line was challenged. Now, when I say the bottom lines were challenged, you must understand, Mrs. Minnie, that I speak to, for instance, an issue where the CEO of Discovery wrote to our minister and deputy minister to complain about the suspended RAF CEO, that he was not paying them anymore. Now, mind you, he was complaining because the likes of Discovery were paid around 500 million rands a year. So when those people started not getting their money, many issues started at RAF, and hence we are sitting here today. And people like that, and for instance, the people who had fixed allocations at the Road Accident Fund, some of those fixed allocations were around 100 million rands a month. I think that was for Gertnel and Associates, if I'm not mistaken. 65 million rands per month was being paid to Adams and Adams. Now, I think another question that I would want to ask you is that Gertnel and Associates, and for instance, Adams and Adams and Discovery Medical Aids, those people were being paid fixed allocations from RAF. Now, if they were paid fixed allocations, I think the question to you, then Mrs. Minnie, is that why were they then being paid if the Road Accident Fund was basically completely dysfunctional? Because then that means they were paid for there was no work that was being done. Or I don't know, maybe you could shed some light on that.
Honourable Member, I'm not at liberty to answer that. The experts were also being paid. They provided a service, they received payment, and it stopped due to unilateral directives being issued that couldn't be met while the services were utilized. So to do that is unfair. I'm no attorney. I don't think I'm the right person to ask about the Discovery matter. I can give you a personal opinion if that is what you want, but I'm not a lawyer. I don't understand all the litigation that happened, in unnecessary litigation, I think. And if all the doctors also had to get involved in litigation, how far would all of us be? Some people are just not litigious. We don't want to litigate. We don't want to fight. There are people injured in car accidents. They need to be compensated. In order for them to be compensated, you need 2 sets of medical legal reports. That's what we complied with until decisions are made over which we have no control and have to accept and let go. I think that is very unfair. So I cannot comment on, I'm very happy that Adams and Adams and Hartnell were paid. I'm very happy about that. I'm glad that those claimants finally get what they deserve. I think that's a big problem, even with the people at the employees of the Road Accident Fund. They do not get to see the claimants the way that Adams and Hartnell see these claimants, as well as the experts. So it's very depressing. It's very depressing to visit these doctors' rooms and see these accident victims. It really isn't nice. It really is depressing. It's poor people. They haven't been compensated for years. I wish more plaintiffs' attorneys could get paid like Hartnell and Adams. That would be fantastic. And then that would maybe be a functional road accident fund. These people need to be paid as soon as possible. They struggle, like I said, and it's not just the accident victims, it's their families. I feel so sorry for those mothers that have to pepper a 14-year-old child who do not have a wheelchair to an appointment when the accident happened 3 years ago. The Road Accident Fund, if they could have used the 1 billion rand of marketing to buy wheelchairs for these people that do not have wheelchairs and accessible homes and beds and all the things that they need to survive now, I think that would have been a functional road accident fund.
Thank you, Mrs. Minnie. I think I understand where you're coming from, and I understand where your issues lie with the Road Accident Fund. Now, I would implore you to also understand where we are coming from as, for instance, a scope that sits in Parliament. That when we look at these amounts of money being claimed by these lawyers and these medical aids, and I don't have the exact figures about monies that were claimed by these specialists, that our job and our task is solely to watch the public purse and make sure that the monies are spent correctly. And from where we stand, a lot seems to not be going in the right direction in terms of the expenditure of the monies that are paid. Because it seems to us, or at least to some of us, that the lawyers that you are saying they ought to be paid, they need to be paid, that those lawyers are basically looting the Road Accident Fund. And you still didn't answer the question when I asked that the idea that we have, or that we are being given as SCOPA, is that the Road Accident Fund was dysfunctional. And my question to you was, since the Road Accident Fund was dysfunctional, how do we explain the constant fixed allocations to these companies? Because I think we're all in agreement here. The Road Accident Fund is dysfunctional. With that dysfunction, how are these people still being paid fixed allocations to the tune of millions? Because I would understand if you're saying, okay, maybe the fixed allocations were sitting at 100 million, and because the Road Accident Fund was dysfunctional, now they're sitting at 10 million. But now they remained at 100 million per month. So I think my question to you was to basically sound you out and basically hear your thoughts on that.
Honourable Member, I do not allocate those fixed allocations. I don't know how the RAF determines that. Once again, if that is how they're doing it, they should be answering that question. I don't make that decision on their part. I don't know why they're doing that. I don't know why some attorneys would benefit more than others. That is how the RAF operate. That is, if that is what is happening, it is their wrongdoing. I don't decide that. I don't know why they decide that. I don't know who makes those decisions at the Road Accident Fund.
Noted, Mrs. Minnie, and I am in no way suggesting that you do. No, and I'm in no way suggesting that you decide that. I was just putting it to you to get your opinion and to possibly get your perspective on it. But anyway, I think the biggest issue here is, or has been for a while, the porous account of the Road Accident Fund, because 30 billion rands was paid out in legal fees. I think this is in the past 5 years or so. 14.5 billion rands on medical aid fees. 4 billion rand paid out to illegal foreigners. Now, I think as much as we're all in agreement that RAF needs to get their act together, I think we too need to be aware and conscious of the fact that we cannot just be happy and saying RAF must just pay everyone who claims from RAF, not knowing and understanding why they are claiming. Because a lot of these claims that are sitting with RAF now from people who are claiming from RAF are illegitimate claims. But when you start speaking about illegitimate claims, people want to throw their toys out the cot and say, no, just because you've claimed from RAF, RAF owes us. And hence, I keep on saying and referring to some of these people claiming from RAF as people who are looting the Road Accident Fund. People are looting the Road Accident Fund, Mrs. Minnie. People have made a living of looting the Road Accident Fund. Now, when that looting was stopped by the previous board and the former CEO, a lot of people threw their toys out the cot. And again, I still argue that the reason we're sitting here today is that those people were basically, their bread was taken off the table by the previous board and the CEO. So their looting spree was basically put to an end, it was halted. And now we sit where we are today, where we need to now listen to and try and justify why certain things were done. I understand, yes, 100%, the RAF is dysfunctional to a certain degree. But the dysfunction or the level of dysfunction could be managed without us basically condoning the looting of RAF. And I think part of the reason that we're here today as Scopa in this hearing is to basically say, no, we need to condone the continuous looting of RAF, where I think some of us will not condone the continuous looting of RAF by these lawyers, by these, if the medical experts themselves are looting, we will not condone it, and by these hospitals, and also by the medical aids. Chair, I thank you, Mrs. Minnie, I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
All right, thank you very much, Honourable Kubeka. Your comments are duly noted. Honourable Bila is the last hand that I see. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day to all in the platform. Good day to Ms. Minnie.
Hello, Honourable Member.
Thank you so much. I will start on the double payment, Chairperson, of 2015, or which started in 2015 until now, because it is still existing. According to your knowledge or understanding, was this practice done deliberately, or was just an oversight on the rough side, Mr. Mayor.
Honourable Member, it's actually started way before 2015. I do not think it is deliberate. The volumes that you deal with are really enormous. I really deal with not all the experts, and we don't know how many experts there are out there, but the volumes and volumes and volumes of accounts and paperwork that have to be processed, I personally think is the reason for these double payments. And then not double checking. I don't think that there are proper recons. I don't know what the correct accounting term would be. But the reason that we are able to pick up so quickly when our experts receive a double payment is because we do so much recons. So I think if the RAF were doing more recons, they would pick up on it that they are going to make a double payment. But I also cannot blame them purely from a volume point of view. I take accounts there and hundreds of other experts take accounts there. The volumes are enormous.
Okay, thank you. On paragraph 8, you made mention of the way the invoices were submitted and paid. It seems it was done in 2 ways. I just want to check that was that an agreement between the RAF and medical experts panel to submit their invoices in 2 different ways. That is directly and through the panel. If yes, why should it supposed to be done in that manner?
It really has been this is historical background from 2007, my paragraph 8. So it always has varied, and it still varies. But yeah, sorry, that's all that I can say. The directives that get issued by the Road Accident Fund will determine when what happens, but the directives are never clear. So you sort of go and do things and hope it is okay and hope something's going to come of it. If it doesn't, then you try something else. So that's why some accounts were sent to the panel attorneys, some were sent to the RAF directly, and that's just how it's always been.
Okay, I can hear you. Still on that one, the direct payment, according to your affidavit, was more than that paid through the panel of medical experts. In your opinion, what can be the motive behind this practice?
Do you mean that the payment is either made to the expert directly or through the panel attorney? Am I understanding you correctly?
You said the direct payment to a medical expert was more than that paid through the panel of medical experts.
Through the panel attorney, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, it really was like that from 2007 until 2018. Majority of the payments were made to experts directly until 2018.
Okay. And then the medical experts who were not on the panel by 2015 and also did not respond to the 2018 request information. seems to be still being utilized by the ref. In your understanding, why would this be?
Because RAF don't have systems in place. They created this gap. They created the gap. They saying there must be a panel, then they can't get this panel into place, which creates a gap for non-contracted experts, which they create. It's all done by them.
Okay. Again on paragraph 11.
Yes, Anne?
Yes. Ralph said, or let me put it in this manner. It was said that the services that you are giving to REF was not fully meeting the expectation of the REF. That is why it led them to start utilizing the services of medical experts that were not on the panel between 2015 to 2018. I just want to understand, is it true that the panel of medical experts was unable to fully service the needs of the REF by that time?
Yes, there were only 82 experts on this panel, and 2 of them orthopedic surgeons, both based in Johannesburg. It couldn't work. And at this time, there were 2 tenders already for experts again, but those tenders got cancelled without an explanation. Those tenders were just cancelled. They obviously wanted and needed more experts, and that's why they put out the tenders, but those tenders were cancelled. Am I disconnected?
No, you're not.
Sorry.
I think something could have happened to Honorable Bila's signal. I just want to be sure. Let's just give a minute or 2 to see if she's able to return.
My apology, Chairperson.
No problem, Honorable Bila. You may proceed.
I didn't even heard the response on my question.
Okay.
I'm
okay.
in
So
one
the
of
question,
the
Ms.
most
Minnie?
rural areas in the country. Can I proceed, Honorable Chair?
Please proceed.
I think this will be my last question.
Right,
paragraph 14 to 17. Are we together, Ms. Mimi?
Yes, the honourable member. Sorry, I'm looking at it.
Yes, there was a practice that was started by the REF, and then you said there are names of clients. There are your clients who were not given the service level agreements, and there are those who received service level agreements. Whereas there are some of your clients who even did not respond to the invitation, but they are still given the work by the Road Accident Fund. If it is possible for you, can we please, as the committee, get the names of the clients, those who received service level agreements, and those who did not receive service level agreements. And the one that are given work by the ref, whereas they were not even part of the invitation.
I can try and obtain that for you. That was a request for information in 2018, which wasn't a tender process at the end of the day. And directives were once again issued that contracted and non-contracted experts can be used. You want to know who it is that did not get a contract but did get work?
More especially those ones, those who did not even responded to the invitation, but they continue to receive the work anyway. So if we can get names of those who have been given work without even responded to the invitation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I think I'm done, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Minnie. So we were called my lord last week by somebody. So I must say you're doing very well. We were called my lord and my lady here by by a witness. It was quite interesting as an experience for us. Thank you very much. I'm just really going to ask you one or two questions. The first one is, have you heard about something called the Integrated Claims Management System?
Yes, Chair, we have heard about it. We've only heard good things about it. I personally have had no experience with it. The feedback that I've received from my experts on it is that they haven't managed to have success on it.
Okay. Can you have any of them said to you what it is that they're struggling with? And from your account, and I mean, we would obviously need we'll get some further feedback from the RAF directly on this, but is it something that you would, in the normal course of your work, get to interact with?
To some degree, yeah. Being involved in admin, yes. There's a lot of paperwork. So this integrated system was, I think, to reduce that and to make things simpler for everybody to access. Yes. So from what we understood was that you receive a vendor rotation ticket for a booking and you accept it, and a lot of the information will appear on this. But that does not seem to be the case. The experts still have to send continuous emails asking the Road Accident Fund, please, I need this information, I need that information. It doesn't appear on that system. They don't have it. They get penalized because their reports are being sent late. The information that they said would be on this system does not appear on this system for the experts.
All right. No, thank you very much. Just one more thing from my perspective. Out of the medical experts who are your clients, have you had I'm trying to understand the prescription, because earlier you said that some interrupted the prescription by launching some legal action so that it's live, right? If you were to do a split, and this is, you don't have to give an exact number, out of 10, for example, how many of your experts have accounts that would fall under the definition of prescribed but unpaid?
A percentage?
Yeah, if you've got an idea, how many have got accounts, and I'm not asking for the total money, I'm saying if you were to line them up and say, do you have accounts that are prescribed? Do you have accounts that are prescribed? What would that number? We're just trying to get an idea
70%.
of the size of the problem.
70%, I would say.
I see. Okay. And then if I understood you correctly, you said that the experts would get paid in the good times within a year.
Okay, that is now, and that is with a VRS ticket.
I see.
So, yeah, the VRS tickets are really supposed to be, you know, that is the latest contract, and the RAF really made a lot of promises for that. But it's a direct payment to the expert, and they were supposed to be paid within 30 days, but it really takes 300 to 400 days.
Okay. Do those invoices accumulate interest once they get over the prescribed period of payment, the 30 days?
I haven't implemented interest on my accounts. From past experiences, RAF don't pay interest unless there's a court order that says pay interest. Obviously, I think it would be fair to pay these experts these interest, seeing that they get penalized 5% per day for filing a report late. And yeah, I don't know what to say about interest, but no, I haven't done it.
Okay, no, thank you. You can only give the answer that you know. Have any of your clients been found by the Road Accident Fund to have committed fraud, overcharged, and so on? Have you had any of your clients going through some kind of process with the Road Accident Fund where it is complaining about their conduct?
No, not about conduct or fraud, any of my clients that I'm aware of. No, nobody, I don't know about that. Overcharging, yes. There seems to be a perception that medical experts should charge less. In my opinion, no, they should be charging more. These detailed reports, being witnesses of the court, I do think that they deserve to charge more. And all the contractual periods, 2015 to 2018, definitely allowed for experts to still charge their own tariff, and there's correspondence from the RAF that said the tariff cannot be enforced. So they're being blamed for something which they paid a lot of times and then all of a sudden said it's overcharging.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the disputes on overcharging arise from the difference between the tariff and what the Road Accident Fund expects them, or between the tariff and what the expert charges.
Yeah.
Can I ask, isn't it that when an expert agrees to go on panel, and I'm talking about the ones on panel, you go on panel, you also agree, you accept the tariff that is placed on the table?
Yeah.
So have you had instances where, having accepted the tariff, then an expert still charges more?
No, I do the accounts, and I will make sure that they use the correct tariff.
So which experts get into, which types of experts get into dispute with the Road Accident Fund over the tariff charged? Are those that are not on panel?
Sorry, JJ,
or
say
that
that
are not
again.
under contract? No, I want to understand the dispute about overcharging.
Yeah.
So if you are on tariff and you've accepted it, you are fine. So where does the dispute arise? Which category of experts then?
The speciality, you mean?
Yeah, no. In terms of contract, is it the experts who are not on contract or not on the panel that charge their own rate, and then the Road Accident Fund says no, but you must pay tariff? I'm just trying to understand the nature of the dispute about overcharging, where it comes from.
It comes from when there aren't enough experts on the panel and they have to make use of someone else who do not agree to the tariff. They won't, they won't do the work. You know, they won't do it for that amount. Some of these doctors cannot charge the same amount as a doctor who doesn't have the same experience. So they won't accept the tariff.
I see. Okay. No, I wanted to understand. We will ask the Road Accident Fund for information in that respect. I don't know if there are any, I don't see any hands, members. And absent that, I will then, okay. Honorable Mente.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. There is just, I think, 2 or 3 things I couldn't fit into my time.
Sure.
One is that after you were not paid, I just want to firstly realign. When the panel of attorneys stopped, did you get further instructions to do any work, or your work stopped with the panel of attorneys?
When the panel of attorneys stopped, experts would have provided, if I can use an example to make it simple, the expert was instructed by the panel of attorney to be an expert, and the expert already provided a medico-legal report. Now the panel is gone, the matter is proceeding to trial, and the expert needs to do a joint minute. Then that instruction would have to come from the Road Accident Fund to provide further services after that initial service or instruction was received from the panel attorneys.
So
do I answer your question? Sorry.
Yes, now I had. So you only proceeded to assist on the work you have already provided, but requested at court or for whatever reason?
With regards to panel attorneys, yes.
No, what? Okay, let me rephrase.
Okay, sorry.
Did anyone at RAF give you further instructions to work after the panel of attorneys have left? Was there any person at RAF who was responsible for giving you or allocating you new work besides that which you were allocated by the panel of attorneys?
Yes, there was a vendor rotation system at the RAF implemented.
Okay. Do you know who was responsible for that department?
It's part supply chain, part panel management unit. There's so many departments at the RAF, but I would say those two would be the most accurate ones.
So cumulatively, how much or how many cases are you owed by the latest instructions beyond that which you have rendered during the panel of attorneys? You can, if you don't know now, you can provide us this detail later. Additional to that is what is owed to you during the panel of attorneys, because we need to also establish how much is it that you are owed. Was it pre-news former CEO, or was it during the time of the CEO?
Okay.
Let's have an idea. If you don't, you can provide that detail later.
I would like to provide that detail later. I'll have to do some Excel magic.
Okay. The last one is, what recourse did you take when RAF was not paying you?
Yeah, we've tried a lot. We've tried, from my side, I've tried all avenues. We try to engage on so many levels with so many departments, with all the branches. The experts wrote to Judge Zondo and said, stop using our reports. The courts are not allowed to use our reports. We're not being paid. We've really gone everywhere. We've tried everything. Like I said, some experts have gone the legal route. Not everybody was able to do that due to financial reasons and just not wanting to get involved in legal proceedings. And as far as I'm aware, everybody that has started legal proceedings, it hasn't stopped. It's still ongoing. Nobody has been successful.
Okay, now, Chair, I know I said that was the last question, but then there's something very important that we need to establish. You wrote to Judge Zondo to ask if your witness information cannot be utilized anymore. What was his response? And then additional to that, did you, because other people were complaining about financial issues, did you approach the PP? He's a public protector.
Yes, we did.
Did you approach the PP? If you had done so, what were the outcome? And what was the response of Judge Zondo as well?
We didn't get a response from Judge Zondo. We never thought that we would. We did approach the public protector. A couple of meetings were held there. I'm not sure what I am allowed to say about this, because the public protector issued I think she calls it a notice that is confidential and you're not allowed to share it. That's why I didn't share it with you. I don't know what else to say about that.
Now, we would also not want you to breach any confidentialities, but now you are in Parliament, unfortunately. But then more or less, did that which the public protector gave you, was it in your favor, or was it in favor of RAF, or was it saying we'll deal with the matter later, more or less?
Honorable Mente, there were lots of experts that wrote to the public protector, and not all of them have received final responses back. The ones that did was not in favor of the experts, but rather the Road Accident Fund.
Okay. Now, then the last one, on the transactions you have performed and submitted, were you also, because at some point we did get information on double payments and all those kind of things, were you also one of those that were involved in the double payment? If no, that's fine. If yes, what did you do about that?
Sorry, there was just a vehicle driving past. I couldn't hear you now. I know it's about the double payments. I've never received a payment from the RAV. I'm not on the RAV. My banking details are not registered there at all. I've never received a double payment. I've really
No, Ms. Minnie, not about you. The transactions
yeah.
that you're working with. Not you per se.
Okay.
You are not being paid yourself, but the transactions that you work for, that you were submitting at RAF. Did you ever get double payments on them or not?
Yes.
And what did you do about that?
We refunded the road accident fund, and when the RNYP was implemented, well, when I was first introduced to the RNYP in about 2016, I've been able to stop those double payments. Unfortunately, I do not get the RNYP reports anymore. At this point in time, experts have received payments during this week for which we haven't received remittances. So to get payment information from the RAV can take a couple of days. As soon as I pick up on a double payment, I will always ask the expert to refund it.
All right, no. Thank you very much. I'm done, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mende. So let me just, I just want to understand the role of the RNYP. So they requested not yet paid. So what you're saying is that you get a list of your transactions that are at that stage. You are then able to go through that list and see whether there's something that's understood to not yet been paid, but has actually been paid. Is that what you do? How do you know there's been a double payment and then refund it? I just want to understand that little bit.
Okay. The RNYP, the requested not yet, I don't like the word requested. I like to use the word loaded. Okay. I like to use the word loaded.
Oh, it's loaded on the system.
Yes, because I can request documents and I can request a payment. So I like to call it my payment is loaded on the system, which is the RNYP. So the RNYP is a list, it's transactions that's loaded on the RAF system to be released to the doctor. Okay, so I can see how many payments they are loaded for my clients. And immediately when a payment is being loaded and my doctor has already been paid for that, then I can tell the RAF, please cancel that transaction. Don't let it go through because my client was already paid. You are going to make a double payment. And then they cancel the payment, and that is how we are able to stop the double payments.
Okay, I get you. No, I get you. Okay, so in other words, there seems to be a data cleanliness issue in the RAF system where it doesn't appear to know that this transaction has already been paid over.
Complex. Yeah, and I can, if you have another 4 hours for me, then I can explain that to you.
No, we're not going to burden you with 4 hours. The only thing I will ask, if possible, if you have an example, and you may have submitted this already, but if you have an example of correspondence between yourself and the Road Accident Fund where you are pointing this out, it would be useful for the committee. I know it's not a big sample, but it just gives the committee a sense of what it is that you're talking about. Then we can ask about the prevalence of the issue at the RAF because you're also working with what you're seeing with your clients. So if you've got something that you can share with the team, to say, this is an example of correspondence between us where this situation I'm describing is happening, that would be useful for us because then we can have an informed conversation with the Road Accident Fund.
Sure, I can do that.
And then my last ask, Honorable Atkinson's hand is up, and I think he's just got one more question. My last ask is, so when you said you're going to work your spreadsheet magic, all we'd like you to do is to say from 2013 or 15 or whatever, this is how much outstanding, 16, 17, 18. So I don't think at this stage you need to list everyone. What the committee wants to know, what we've heard from you, is that, listen, some problems are so old, they're skeletons already. And some are new and are from recent times. That's what we want to get, because ultimately we just want to make sure the problem is fixed properly in the end through the recommendations that we make.
Okay.
Thank you. Honorable Atkinson, last one from you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just wanted to ask Ms. Minnie, you mentioned the fact that some of the specialists went legal to get their money back, and obviously were involved in legal processes. Are you aware, and I'll ask this because this is what happened to the Sunshine Hospital, where they went through legal processes. They actually got writs in favour of or against the Road Accident Fund, that the Road Accident Fund just never paid. So are you aware if any of the doctors were successful in getting writs that were just never paid, basically? So that's the first question.
They're not at writ stage yet.
Okay, all right.
Ongoing litigation, yeah.
Right. Okay. And then the second thing was, I think one of the members a little bit earlier spoke about the lawyers and the fact that certain lawyers seem to be receiving large amounts of money from the Road Accident Fund. Would that not be true that, I think, as you mentioned, that the money that some of the lawyers received from the Road Accident Fund would have been to, that they would be paying the specialists, and a lot of that would necessarily be the settlements for their clients and stuff like that. I think it would be good to clarify that most of that money doesn't necessarily go to the lawyers themselves, but the claimants and to specialists and to other people that provide the services that the lawyers are paid on behalf of. Am I correct?
That is correct. And I think the best person to explain this to you would be an attorney, because that is party and party costs. And I know in my head what it is, but I'm really not the right person to be explaining this, how that all works. It's complicated.
Thank you very much. For sure. Thank you very much, Ms. Minnie. And just a point to the chair that there does seem to be this level of disinformation that was put out by the former CEO, that there were lawyers looting the Road Accident Fund. I think it would be a good idea to get more detail about party-to-party costs and about the money that was paid by the Road Accident Fund lawyers as to exactly how that is broken down, because I do believe that a lot of that actually doesn't necessarily end up with the lawyers, but is paid out in claims to claimants and to specialists and various other parties as well. So the numbers might look large, but there are a lot of other people that receive that money, basically. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Atkinson. So I will address that specific point just now, so that we can be of help to the members in terms of where the information is. For now, I just want to thank you, Ms. Minnie. Thank you so much. You've assisted us a lot, just in getting to understand the ins and outs, because we're not able to talk to every expert individually. We are concerned as this committee mostly with financial related issues. Of course, they arise from operational issues and operational decisions, but we just needed to develop enough of an understanding of what some of the procurement and payment issues on the medical expert side, the experts who work for the Road Accident Fund, so that we can then, in our report and in our questions to the Road Accident Fund, be more informed, ask for the right information, ask for the right people to come to the committee. And then when we've taken all views together, then in our report, we can make recommendations about how the problem must be fixed, what's urgent, etc., etc. So some of the information the members have asked for in terms of the length of time, some of those invoices are needed. It's important for that purpose because the Road Accident Fund has also tries to deal with the older ones first. So if you're being owed longer, then you try and get rid of the old ones until you get to the new ones. So I want to thank you a lot for taking the time to assist the team, submitting your affidavit, and also the way you've answered the questions to the committee. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. No, you may be excused. I'm just going to deal with the question now, Honorable Atkinson. So we asked the Road Accident Fund for...
Sorry, can I...
Yes, you are excused. Thank you so much. You can rest your voice.
Thank you so much. I'm not used to all of this, so I'm sorry if I'm still here and not knowing how to get out of it. Have a good weekend.
No, that's fine. You too. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So, honorable members, so we did ask for information from the Road Accident Fund. It's in the memory stick. I will just ask the team to just send an email to the members, just saying what folder it is in, or send a link. So here's the information that we asked for. We asked for a breakdown of the Road Accident Fund's legal costs across this corporate panel. There is also a plaintiff attorneys, how much has been paid over the years, a breakdown of how much of that was legal costs, punitive costs, rate costs, etc., etc., etc. The names of the law firms. I was actually looking at it yesterday sometime. So there's a name of the law firm and so on. We also have a spreadsheet, honorable members, which also says which law firms are under investigation for fraud, when that investigation began, what is the state of that investigation, what is the amount of money that is involved. So if you look in your memory stick, you will be able to find that information, but I will ask the team to just give a sense of what that is. What we did find, what you will find in the folder, Honorable Atkinson, is that the Road Accident Fund cannot actually work out what the eventual settlements between the claimant and the various professional services providers, whether it is the lawyers or their own experts and so on, they don't have that breakdown. So the amounts you will have is a capital amount a lot of the time that went to the law firm. I think we would then need to ask the law firms for the breakdown, but they do know instances where there was interest accumulated. They've provided that. They've explained what was a punitive cost, what was legal cost in court, where the court awarded costs against the RAF, what was punitive costs, what was interest on debt, etc., etc. So all of that is laid out. And then finally, for the interest of the members, we also did ask the Road Accident Fund to provide information and correspondence between themselves and basically the authorities in the judicial system to ascertain this alleged corruption that was said to have taken place. So that information is also available, the correspondence between the Road Accident Fund and various presiding judges and so on about various matters. You will also see that in the electronic version. So please have a look, but I will ask the team to just say which folders you need to look at so that you can, in the meantime, have a look at that information, because it will then become helpful later on. I wanted to say in closing that we're going to send a draft program. I will, during the course of this afternoon, give a synopsis of each witness that is coming. Some of them are now follow-on witnesses where in the previous hearings we've had, certain names were mentioned, certain instances and so on. And in the interest of working with first-hand information, it's just important that we get those people in to then speak to their part it will also say when the executive is expected to come and the board and so on. Can I please encourage members to also make suggestions, because you are in the hearings. The team tries as hard as possible to work out who needs to come, but please, if you are able, just look at the program and say, I think so and so also needs to come, and then we can have a sort of a collaboration in that way. So, honorable members, thank you. It's been quite a morning. I wish to thank you for your inputs and the questions. I think the session was extremely helpful from all ends, and I'm certainly much better educated. Thank you, and have a good weekend.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Baba members.
Thank you, Chair.
And thank you to the staff.
Thanks, Chair.
Recording stopped.